don't notice y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Really, y'all don't notice y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Threat, 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 threat. Really, y'all don't notice y'all in danger, I'm a threat.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. We have this afternoon at the slight delayed time of 2 o'clock, the 52 kilo and the 57 kilo junior women. I believe it will be 3 flights, but I will have that confirmed for you. The first flight will be the 52 kilo women, followed by 2 flights of 57s. And we've just had a really exciting session, seeing the open record be broken in the 66 kilo class, not once but twice. And we have kicking us off here in the 52 kilo class, Millie Wong of New Zealand, opening on 77.5 kilos.
What a morning session that was, Amelia. Sub-juniors and juniors 66. It was a banger. Now, hopefully they set the tone for the rest of the day. And I'm sure the 52s and the 57 junior women will be no less at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be really exciting. Just to confirm, it is 3 flights, 1 flight of 52s and 2 flights of 57s. I'm Amelia Potter, joined by Alias the Book.
Hello, Amelia. As you said, Millie Wong walking onto the platform now.
77.5 kilos. Wow, lovely indeed from Millie.
3 white lights, a good lift.
And bar is loaded for Sarah Lau of Singapore, 92.5 kilos. Actually, not only is the new SBD Singapore singlet really nice, the actual SBD t-shirt underneath is really cool as well.
Nice and lovely deep.
And that is a good lift. Yeah, perfect depth there and keeps her form really well.
When we're referring to depth, we are looking at the hip crease going below the top of the knee.
We now have 100 kilos for Jane Erasmo of the Philippines, who I believe competed earlier in the week in the equipped.
Quick turnaround.
Yeah, 3 or 4 days there for her to rest and recover in between. Not long.
Let's see what the referee say.
3 white lights, a good lift. See that again here in the replay. Imagine it's much nicer feeling to find depth there in a singlet than it is in the squat suit. We now have Fina Doyle of Ireland, the first Irish athlete we've seen so far, I believe. 105 kilos.
Another country with a great looking singlet and t-shirt.
Yeah, I think that's got to be my favorite, I think. Nice, strong looking opener for Fina.
And it is a 3 white light, good lift.
We now have Joy Edrelin of Canada, 110 kilos.
With a wave at the crowd. Wow. A really clean looking opener for Adrenaline. 3 white lights, a good lift.
We now have Lina Al-Haili of Saudi Arabia, 110 kilos. And unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift, a depth call from the center referee, and a blue call from the right-hand side referee. Molly Clark of Great Britain opening on 115 kilos. This is her last year as a junior.
She looks fired up.
Lovely and deep squat from Molly.
It was 3 white lights, a good lift.
$132.5 kilos as an opening attempt for Cosmiana Montanaro of Italy.
Nice and lovely. Waiting for the left side referee.
Just holding off and waiting. I can't imagine there's anything wrong with that, however.
No, he's showing he's having a little bit of trouble
looking for his card. And it is a white light from the left-hand side referee.
3 white lights. Good lift.
Okay, let's see the flags.
Yeah, that is 3 white lights, a good lift. Got to go back to the classic way sometimes.
Patrice from France. Tries 140 kilograms. The ball is loaded.
140 kilos for Camille Hadris of France. This is a huge opening attempt here in the 52 kilo category. The world junior record sitting at 160. Ooh, a lovely looking opener there from Camille. And
Green.
a good lift. We have our final opening attempt here in the 52 kilo class. And it is a big one. And it is Joya Kairallah of Lebanon, 147.5 kilos. And as I just mentioned, the world junior record is in 160 kilos, held by Tiffany Chapon of France. So let's see how this moves as an opener.
First Lebanese lifter.
Looks
Nice
good.
and controlled.
Ooh, unfortunately gets called on depth there. Now from the angle I saw, it looked okay. They're in a better position, so let's look at that again.
This is the good side. It is on the border.
Yeah, and obviously the jury have to be in complete agreement with each other to turn over a lift. And I see one of the jurors shaking their head, unfortunately. So she can retake that on her second attempt. We move straight through now to our second attempts, and kicking us off, we have Millie Wong of New Zealand, 85 kilos. Nice and snappy from Millie. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
Trying 97.5 kilograms. The ball is loaded.
97.5 kilos for Sarah Lau of Singapore.
She would be increasing her personal best by 2.5 kilos if she's successful.
That's a nice looking second attempt.
And it is a new personal best.
Now, Eris, at the beginning of that spot, you saw the lifter kind of jolt the bar up a few times before she stepped out. Could you explain to the viewers at home the reason behind this?
Well, it really helps sometimes with feeling the weight so you don't get surprised when you take it out. So you already feel it a little bit and then you're confident you got it.
You now have Lina Al-Rehali of Saudi Arabia, missed 110 kilos in her opener for depth. The strength was there, so hoping she can come back and get it now. On her second, it was a 2-1 decision, so just needs to convince one more referee that it is deep enough Just been told to re-rack there. I think her wrist straps were too high, but she's still got 15 seconds just to get that start command.
Your wrist straps cannot touch the bar.
That looks much deeper there.
Way deeper.
And Lena has a squat on the board, 3 white lights. $110 kilos now for Jane Erasmo of the Philippines.
$10-kilo jump from her opener.
And she fights it up. 2-1, a no lift, unfortunately. A depth call from the center and side referee, and this is the side she got the white from. So we'll have a look in the replay. I do think, yeah, it was just a little bit shy of depth. We now have 112.5 kilos for Fina Doyle of Ireland. And that is a good lift for Fina. 3 white lights. We now have Joy Edwelin of Canada jumping 10 kilos to 120 for her second attempt. Still so tidy. She stands it up and beams a big smile. And I can't imagine anything was wrong with that squat as we wait for the referee's lights. 3 white lights, a good lift. Molly Clark of Great Britain, 122.5 kilos. This will pull her into squat bronze for the time being before heading through to third attempts. Lovely and deep again. Does not lose any of that depth.
And that is a 3 white light good lift. She tied her personal best with it.
$137.5 kilos for Cosmiana Montanaro of Italy.
And that looks good to me. For a 5 kg personal best, 3 white lights, good lift.
We now have Camille Hadris of France jumping to 147.5 kilos, just 12.5 kilos below the world junior record. Let's see how this moves. Her opener was so quick. Let's see how this moves on her second.
And that looks good.
Still moving really quickly. 3 white lights, a good lift. That was a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener, so not sure if she'll jump 12 to her third, but it's a possibility. We now have Joya Kayala of Lebanon, missed 147.5 kilos in her opener. On depth, looking to now get it on her second. She needs a squat on the board to be able to secure a total.
That looks better.
Yeah, that did look much better.
And a little head nod, like, yeah, I had that.
And still 2-to-1 a good lift, but 2-to-1 the right way this time. Just a depth pull from the right-hand side. And just dips inside there. I think she'll be fine. Now I'm wondering if she'll jump her plan second or to her plan third. See what jump she'll be used to, but we move straight through to our third attempts. And first out we have Millie Wong of New Zealand, 90 kilos on the bar. Wow.
And that looked nice and easy. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, and she's done plenty more than that before. Her PP was 105.
But we don't know, maybe she came back from an injury, maybe she comes from a higher weight class, we really don't know.
Yeah, but either way, it looked great. $102.5 kilos now for Sarah Lau of Singapore.
From Singapore.
And it was a fight on the way up, but a 3 white light, good fight, good lift.
The bar is loaded.
110 kilos for Jane Erasmo of the Philippines. Missed it on her second for depth. Looking to come back now and get it on her third and final attempt on squats.
Ooh, just too much.
Thank you to our sponsors. Our next female girl from Ireland drives 150 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
We now have 115 kilos for Fina Doyle of Ireland. This would be a 2.5 kilo PB for Fina. 2 more years left in the juniors. It's only been competing for the 1 year.
A wonderful looking third attempt. I think it was right on the money. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, really nice final attempt from Fina there. And a new personal best with that. We have Lina Al-Rahaili of Saudi Arabia, missed 110 kilos on her opener for depth, got it on her second 2-1, has now jumped 10 kilos to 120 for her third and final attempt.
She needs to replace again.
Still got 20 seconds to get the start command.
Trying to find depth again. And that was good. Wonderful looking squat. Extra kilos in the tank. 2-1, good lift. Center referee called for depth, but I think she was fine.
We now have Molly Clark of Great Britain, 125 kilos, a 2.5 kilo jump. Her second looks strong.
And it is a fight. A good fight. 3 white lights, a good lift.
We now have Joy Edrelin of Canada, 127.5 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump from her second.
For a 5 kilo personal best.
A tidy looking third attempt, stands it up, and it is a good lift. And what a celebration. I think she's pretty happy with that.
You think?
Maybe. 142.5 kilos for Cosmiana Montanaro of Italy. 5 kilo jump from her second, and she already has squat bronze. This will increase her total overall by 5 kilos.
And that looked like a great lift. 3 white lights, good lift.
Next will be Kerala with she's fighting for gold here.
152.5 kilos for Camille Hadris of France. Just 7.5 kilos below Tiffany Chapon's world junior record. This is a huge squat, 100 kilos over body weight. Over 3 times body weight. Almost 3 times body weight. Oh, and it looks good.
Wonderful looking squat. 3 white lights.
She blows kisses to the crowd and smiles, and I would too. That is a huge squat.
Un petit bisou. A little kiss to the crowd.
Our final squat of this first flight of women before we head through to the first flight of 57s. Joya Kairala of Lebanon, 152.5 kilos to move her into squat gold. She walks away with squat silver regardless.
And let's wait for the referees.
Ooh, unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift. A depth call from the center and side referee. But let's have a look at that there. The jury are talking to the coach about it, so we'll keep an eye on that there. But it looks like it's going to stay a no lift, unfortunately. And we go straight through to the next flight of women. Just a reminder, this session is 3 flights, a 52 kilo category, flight A of the 57s, and then flight B of the 57s. So we have the heavier lifters of the 57 kilo category in the third flight. So the medals and overall will be contested. Make sure you wait until the end of both flights to see that. And in first for the medals there in gold, we have Camille of France. And let's find out who have the gold in the 57s.
And the bar is loaded, kicking off the first round of squats for the 57s. First flight, Wiktoria Dankowska, Poland, with 100 kilos on the bar.
That is a good lift.
The bar is loaded for Nicole Hessel from South Africa, opening with 112.5 kilos.
I think the coach is saying that there's been a misload, but I don't think that has. So eating into his athlete's time a little bit there, but she's fine. She's got 38 seconds to get her squat command. Plenty of time, and as it's her opener, I'm sure it's a weight she's more than comfortable with.
That looks nice and strong. And it's a 3 white light, good lift.
We are competing for the Iceland competitor.
The bar is loaded for Kristrun Ingen Sveinsdottir from Iceland, also with 112.5 kilos.
The current squat record at 123 kilos. So I imagine a record in the 57s in Iceland.
And she smiles when she gets to the top, relieved
And
to see 3 white lights, a good lift.
you know that feeling when you squat and you get to the top and you're like, wow, that felt so much better than I thought it would. And a great way to start your competition in that mood.
Now, with the next person up on the platform, we have Amelia Fox from Great Britain, 125 kilos. What do you think about that name, Amelia?
It's all right. I might be biased. Current squat PB is 140 kilos.
That looks nice and deep.
An easy looking opener there. 2 to 1, a good lift. A depth pull there from one side referee. And I know she's had depth issues in the past, but I think that looked good from here. Yeah, that was plenty deep.
Next up from the USA, Kelsey Scanavin, 127.5 kilos.
I would not want to be at that bar right now.
And she's convinced, intimidating that bar.
She keeps nodding, telling herself, I can do this. This is going to move well. Stands it up nice and tall. Oh, but unfortunately, I was a little bit worried. It just wasn't quite deep enough. Let's catch that again on the replay. The weight that she's got, she's done it 100 times in real life and 100 times in her head. She has the strength, she just needs to sink it a little bit more on her second.
The bar is loaded for Singapore. Dae-Yun Chan, 135 kilos.
A little bit of work, but she stands it up. And it is a good lift.
We're moving on to Lara Escosura Flores from España, 135 kilos on the bar as well.
That's a great name, just rolls off the tongue.
A lovely looking opener. Two to one, good lift. Although she has a on the right side, she has a red light for depth. She walks the line, but two of the referees say it's on the good line.
Next will be Maha, and we'll be following with the next series of events, starting with Danopolska.
Selma Ramberg Storstad from Norway next up with 142.5 kilos.
Nice looking opener there. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Both Selma and her sister, both excellent benchers as well.
The bar is loaded. Natalia Maha from Ukraine with 150 kilos on the bar. And that is a 3 white light good lift.
We move through now to the second attempts of squats. Relatively quick flight, and everybody has an opener in, unfortunately, except Scanavin of the United States.
Victoria Dankowska from Poland with 107.5 kg on the bar, a 7.5 kilo jump, and for a 7.5 kilo personal best. Stands it up quite nicely. The referees say it's a good lift, 3 white lights. The bar is loaded for Kristrun Ingun Sveinsdottir, Iceland. 120 kilos on the bar.
Getting near to her Icelandic record there. And looks strong.
She smiles again. She has to wait again. And 3 white lights, good lift. Walking with determination onto the platform, Nicole Hassel, South Africa, 12.5 kilo jump for a 2.5 kilo personal best, 125 kilos.
And a strong looking second attempt there from Nicole. But unfortunately, it's just not quite deep enough. Now let's watch that again in the replay. It must have been pretty borderline. And it was, unfortunately, really borderline. I didn't quite catch up the first time round, but the referees did.
Now we have Kelsey Scanavin, USA. This time she will get it. She's already convinced herself to do so.
Yeah, she's nodding, she's saying, this time I've got it. This time will be deep enough. As I said, she's done it 100 times in her head already.
She just needs to convince the referees as well.
Oh, unfortunately, no, but she did dip back into the hole, so it was right for the spotters to take that, and it's important that she doesn't lose her head now because she has one last try at it. If you look here, look.
Yeah, I
she,
saw it. I
she
saw it indeed. Yeah,
hesitates.
and it was like she decided, okay, I hit depth. Then in her mind, she doubted, oh no, I
Yes.
have to go a little bit deeper, and then stood up. On the platform, as we speak, Amelia Fox from Great Britain taking a 10-kilo jump to 135 kilos.
She got one call for depth last time, but 2 white lights, so she should be fine as long as she goes no higher. But she looks strong. Oh, and that looked deeper than the first one. Her coach said sink it this time. Give them no doubt. And she didn't. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
I saw a little tricep flex.
She said, you want to see some depth and some triceps?
Daeun Chan from Singapore, 142.5 kilos for a 2.5 kilo personal best.
It's her last year in the juniors, but has only been competing for the 1 year.
And she fights through.
And the good lead for making the try from Singapore. Now inviting Lara Esposura Flores, 140.5 kilograms.
2 to 1, a good lift.
And the bar is loaded. Lara Escosura Flores, 142.5 kilos. And it was tough midway.
And it is a good lift. That moves her into squat bronze for the time being, heading into third attempts. But do remember that there's another flight of 57s to follow, so these are likely to change.
The bar is loaded for Selma Ramberg Storstad from Norway, 150 kilos. And that was really fast into the hole. What do the referees say?
A good lift, 3 white lights. And I think leaves herself a good amount of space for third. Not a huge jump, but a few extra kilos. She's not quite at her limit yet.
Natalia Maha from Ukraine, 157.5 kilos for her second attempt to conclude the second round.
just struggles to get through that sticking point there. And it is a no lift. Of course, she does have a third try where she can retake the same weight. But that's whether she thinks she can get through that sticking point and whether the extra energy that she will spend is worth it.
The bar is loaded. We are kicking off the third round of the first flight of the 57s with Wiktoria Dankowska from Poland with 110 kilos. Two to one, good lift. On the right side, we have a red light for depth. And this side looked fine. On the border, but just fine. Nicole Hassel from South Africa, 125 kilos on the bar. Retaking the same weight from her second. And if I remember correctly, she missed it on depth.
Let's see if she can get it now on her third. Add 12.5 kilos to her total.
And that looked better to me. And that was a great fight.
Stands it up so fast, she almost headbutts the spotter. 3 white lights, a good lift. And wow, a great fight there.
Kristrun Ingun Sveinsdottir from Iceland, 125 kilos.
$5-kilo jump from her second. Kick step.
And she lets out a battle cry. 3 white lights, good lift. And boy, oh boy, is she happy.
Yeah, I don't blame her. A fabulous last attempt there. And a very cool way to finish it.
Now the bar is loaded for Kelsey Scanavin.
She wants some hype from the crowd.
She's asking the support of the crowd.
She's telling herself this time, this is the one. It was meant to happen on this one. Can she squat it deep enough? Missed it on depth in her first. Doubted herself on the second and dipped back in twice. Can she get it now? She needs this to post a total.
Just a few inches more. And I think she has it now.
Let's see what the referees say. 3
Oh
white
yeah,
lights.
3 white lights. And she does not look bothered at all.
And I bet she is relieved. Not the squat number she wanted, but I'm just think she's happy that she's walking away with a squat.
She is in the race. She can make a total. She will learn lessons. And she will come back next time with a more convincing depth, for sure. Now, Amelia Fox, Great Britain, trying to improve her own squat personal best by 2.5 kilo.
withstands it. Ah, wow, loses balance a little bit there, hoping the bar didn't dip.
I don't. Oh, it did. I was in doubt. It was very close indeed. Let's take a look at the replay.
Does look like she hit depth. It's a tough call. The coach goes to the jury.
They need to make a split-second decision,
And it's been overruled to a good lift for Amelia Fox.
and that is great. We're already on to the third attempt of Daeyun Chan from Singapore, 145 kilos.
For Amelia Fox. Great weapon.
And that is a fight. Ooh, I thought she had it.
I really did. I thought she got past the difficult part there, and I think she'll watch that back and say, I was so much closer than I thought I was. But just a bit too heavy today for her, unfortunately.
And the bar is loaded. Lara Escosura Flores, España, 145 kilos. Only a 2.5 kg increment. She was nearing her limit on the second, but does she have 2.5 kg more? And she's fighting! She's fighting! Oh.
A good catch there from the spotters and loaders. And I thought, again, she might break through, but just too heavy for her. She doesn't lose out too much. As you said, she jumped the smallest increment you can without it being a record.
The last two squats in the first flight of the 57s. We have Selma Ramberg Storstad coming out, representing Norway. 155 kilos, trying to improve her personal best by 5 kilos.
Ooh, unfortunately, sinks it in really fast, and the trade-off for that sometimes is it's just hard to get out of the hole there. I think she says that they took it too early to her coach, but I think it was a tough situation to get out of there. She
already went down.
Yeah, unfortunately for Selma.
Really good reaction from the spotters. Natalia Maha from Ukraine, trying to retake 157.5 kilos. Barely missed it on the second. Can she find that extra gear and make it this time? And she manages to get up. But what do the referees say?
And it's a good lift, 3 white lights, and she gets the 157.5 on her third. Yeah, and that did look better than her second. Don't go anywhere. We move straight through to the second flight of 57 kilo women. And we'll see here where the medals will fall. I am sure with some hefty openers. And kicking us off, we have Michelle Guirado of Mexico, 135 kilos for her opening attempt. very quick into the hole.
And a 3 white light, good lift.
23 years young, 3 years competing. The bar is loaded, 137.5 kilograms.
We now have 137.5 kilos on the bar for Vai Tui Pham of Australia.
A lovely looking opener.
And 2-1, a good lift. She gets a depth call from the right-hand side.
23 years young, 6 years competing for the Canadian athlete.
137.5 kilos for Tori Leperrier of Canada. Tori has a big bench on her. First up, 137.5 kilos for her squat, well below her current personal best of 152.5. And it looks strong. 3 white lights, a good lift. Some athletes, of course, having to travel further than others to get here in Romania.
Now, probably the best hair we've seen so far.
Yeah, we have Ida Therese Lindberg of Sweden, 140 kilos, and she promised me a sparkly look on the platform, and she's delivered. Look at that hair and look at those eyes. She said, if I won't be the strongest, I'll be the best dressed.
Nice and deep, lovely opener.
And she smiles and says, yeah, that was good. 3 white lights, a good lift. And she promised me she'd get all her squats in, so let's hope she does.
Years young, 5 years competing for the Canadian athlete. The bar is loaded.
142.5 kilos now for Kelly Chong of Canada.
And she is on prognosis in 2nd place, with the same total as the 3rd and 4th on prognosis.
And a strong opening attempt. The referees say 3 white lights, a good lift. And there's only 25 kilos between 3rd and 10th in the 57 kilo class. That's how close it is. And in projected 4th overall, just on body weight, we have Caitlin Baxter of Great Britain, 147.5 kilos. Nice and steady.
Just waiting for the referees. 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, nice strong opener from Caitlin. And just to correct my maths there, it is 15 kilos between 3rd place in the 57s and 10th That is how close it is. It'll be really exciting. And now we have our penultimate opener, Helena Mariella Decker of Germany, 150 kilos. Nice and deep.
That
Wow.
was deep indeed. And she fights through. And 3 white lights, good lift. And as we said over and over again, there's a trade-off with going very deep. On one hand, you will not get a red light for depth, but on the other hand, it can take some kilos away from it.
Yeah, emphasis on can, not for all of the athletes, but it's definitely a trade-off that we've seen. Now our final opener of the flight, we have Fanny Laminen of Finland, 160 kilos, opening 22.5 kilos below the World Junior and World Open record, I believe held by Jad Jacobs. And it looked good. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Yep, that is held by Jad Jacob. And that concludes our opening attempts for the second flight of 57s. And every kilo is going to count, because as I keep stressing, there is only 15 or so kilos between 10th and 3rd. So the fight for the podium will be a big one. And we move straight through to the second attempt. Kicking us off, we have Tori Laperriere of Canada, 142.5 kilos. Still looking really strong there for Tori, and 3 white lights, a good lift. Now a Vai Tui Pham of Australia, 145 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump from her opener.
This would match her personal best.
This is Tui's last year as a junior. Fights it up, gets the rack command, anticipates the referee's judgment. It's a tense few seconds, and unfortunately 2-1, a no lift, gets called on depth from the side and center referee, and I can't see the jury talking to each other there, so I think it will stay as a no lift. $145 kilos for Michelle Gurado of Mexico. Just 0.5 of a kilo below her squat PB, which I imagine is a Mexican record. Quick into the hole and stands it up. It's a good lift for Michelle. And as we said before, when you dive into the hole so quickly, sometimes as the weight gets heavier, it's then harder to regain the power to stand it up, as you can lose that tension. Now, Ida Therese Lindberg, 147.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener, which looked really strong.
And don't let her game face think otherwise. But she's actually a very nice girl.
I believe it. She is indeed. And a great athlete to watch compete.
And she is happy about that one.
She laughs at the top of her squat. 3 white lights, a good lift. I don't speak Swedish, but I'm sure she expelled some joy at the top of that.
I don't think you're wrong. Maybe we do understand Swedish then.
Maybe. 150 kilos now for Kelly Chong of Canada to move her into the bronze squat medal for the time being, with Caitlin Baxter to follow. Oh, she is fighting through that sticking point and does a good job of it, but unfortunately 2-1, a no lift for Kelly Chong. Let's just watch that again in the replay. Of course, the angle we get here is the side that she got the white from.
Yeah, and unfortunately, those are kilos she is not able to add to her total, which makes the gap smaller.
Caitlin Baxter of Great Britain now jumping 5 kilos to 152.5 for her second attempt to move her into the bronze medal position in the squat for the time being. She also now sits at 3rd place overall should she get this. And it's early days, but she's looking good. 3 white lights. And of course, those totals can change as we go through bench and deadlift. And we know it's close between the top 10.
And of course, we're always talking about projected total. So those are the numbers that we know they are about to attempt if they were to be successful.
We now have Helena Mariella Decker of Germany, 157.5 kilos. A 7.5 kilo jump to pull her into squat bronze for the time being. It's a bit of work, but she fights it up. And it is a good lift. What do you think there in terms of jumping to her 3rd?
I would play safe, take a nice and conservative jump, maybe just 2.5.
Yeah, so she is leaded, as you said, on projected totals by about 10 kilos. And I think it's well worth just getting the extra couple. We now have Fanny Laminen of Finland, 167.5 kilos. A 7.5 kilo jump. Already sitting in squat gold. Looking to increase her total overall. And sitting just shy of the platform overall for the time being. Ooh, almost pauses it in the hole. Stands it up. And it is a good lift. 3 white lights. Leaps into the arms of her coach. That was a 5 kilo personal best for her. And that concludes our second attempt. We head straight through now to our third attempt. Please ignore the graphic. There's only one Fanny Laminen. Sounds like a song. And first out, we have Tui Pham of Australia, 145 kilos. Missed it on her second for depth. Is looking to come back out now. Get those extra needed kilos. And she fights it up again, but was it deep enough this time? Unfortunately, 3 reds, it wasn't. Such a shame. Let's have a look at that replay. Yeah, just cuts it shy there. 147.5 kilos for Tori Laperriere of Canada. A 5-kilo jump. And as I keep reminding you, this is a tight race in the 57s. Every kilo counts. She sinks it and fights it up. Wow, a perfect third attempt.
That was a beautiful fight for Tori, and it is a 3 white light good lift.
You could have not added another kilo to that bar. That was a perfect call. We now have her Canadian teammate coming out, Kelly Chong of Canada, 50 kilos, sorry. Missed this on her second, looking to reattempt it now on her third. A little trouble in the hole there, and she is fighting.
Looked a little bit premature.
Yeah, I think it was, and unfortunately it's happened a couple times. Let's watch that back. The jury are saying it did go down. It's a close call, but unfortunately it's a no lift, and I think even if she could reattempt that, it could be a waste of energy. 150 kilos now for Michelle Guirado of Mexico.
Of course, take in mind the spotters need to take a split-second decision, and their top priority is keeping the lifter safe.
Absolutely, and they're doing this all day long.
And that was a perfectly called third attempt. 3 white lights, a great lift.
And need I remind you how close it is. Between 7th and 2nd, there is 10 kilos in it. 10 kilos. We now have Ida Therese Lindberg of Sweden, 152.5 kilos for her third and final attempt. A 5-kilo jump from her second, and she is ready to go.
Kom igen, Ida.
Hits dead,
igen.
fights it
Kom
up.
igen,
Come on, Ida.
kom igen.
Wow.
Wow, what a fight.
And let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, a good lift. She promised she'd get her squats in, and she did. Wow, a perfectly called
She
third
promised
attempt.
me a great show, and I think she already has.
And I'm seeing just that from her and the other 57s. Caitlin Baxter of Great Britain is doing exactly the same, giving us a fantastic show. 157.5 kilos for Caitlin Baxter of Great Britain, and this is to pull her into squats bronze, and more importantly, the needed kilos. She's predicted second overall right now. The 5 kilos will help, as well as land her squat bronze medal. And she's pushing.
going.
Wow, she stands it up.
Another great fight.
2-1, a good lift. She pulls into bronze medal for squats. A depth call from the center referee, but let's have a look from the side here. And I think she's fine there. That looked like good depth to me. Perfectly called from the British team. We now have 2 squats left before we head into a 10-minute break before bench press. It's close. And we have Helena Mariella Decker of Germany jumping 2.5 kilos to 160. And this will pull her into squat silver. And she pushes through a wonderful third attempt again. And does she add the extra kilo to her total?
She does. 3 white lights onto our final lifter.
Oof, I said the 57s would be just as good as the 66s, and it looks like they will be. With a tight race until the end, we have our final squat of the 57s already in squat gold. Fanny Laminen of Finland jumps 2.5 kilos to 170 for her third and final attempt. Already has squat gold, but more importantly, is looking for those extra kilos on her total. As I keep mentioning, it is close.
I think you mentioned a few times it's close.
I will keep mentioning it. She fights, but unfortunately, it's not quite there. She keeps position for now as she only loses 2.5 kilos from that total. And wow, what an exciting beginning to the 52s and 57s. We will be heading into a 10-minute break now. But just quickly for you here, in the 52s, we have Camille Hadris of France in squat gold, Gioia Cairala of Lebanon in silver, and Cosmiana Montanaro of Italy in bronze. And as you just saw, we have the running order coming up for bench there. But you just saw the most exciting 57 kilo squat session with Fanny walking away with squat gold. Don't go anywhere. We will catch you in 10 minutes time for bench press. See you then.
Philly, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Philly, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Threat, 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 threat. Philly, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. I'm Amelia Potter, joined by Elias de Boek, and we have the 52 kilo and 57 kilo women here in this afternoon session. It will consist of 3 flights. The first will be all of the 52 kilo women. The second and third will be the 57 kilo women. And we are very soon to begin. And kicking us off from Ireland, we have Fina Doyle, 57.5 kilos on the bar. Already opening well above body weight here. Here she comes, Fina Doyle of Ireland.
And there was an incredible looking opener.
3 white lights, a good lift.
From Canada, 60 kilograms on the bar. With the PR of 65 kilograms, she's now at the bar loaded. Next will be Love, followed by Erasmo.
We now have Joy Edrelin of Canada, 60 kilos for her opening attempt.
Another lovely looking opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Now we're preparing for Sarah Lau from Singapore, 62.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded. With the PR of 68 kilograms.
62.5 kilos for Sarah Lau of Singapore.
Let's go, Sarah.
Ooh, super speedy from Sarah.
Nice and tidy opener.
3 white lights. Could call her super speedy Sarah.
A new superhero name.
With the PR of 77.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded. Next will be Wong, followed by Alvin Heidi.
65 kilos for Jane Erasmo of the Philippines.
Her bench press personal best sits at 77.5 kg. I wonder if that is her equipped number.
And it looks strong. 3 white lights, a good lift. I mean, it's entirely possible that's her raw number, considering she competed only 3 days ago.
Meeting for Kiana. Next will be Alaripaili, followed by Montanaro.
65 kilos on the bar for Millie Wong of New Zealand.
She approaches the head spotter, giving precise instructions so she can have the best liftoff possible. And that looks like a nice opener. Ooh.
Yeah, I think she skipped the press command there, or the rack command. Let's have a look there, because she was really quick on her chest. Yeah, I think she got the press command, and then, yeah, she falls back into the rack, unfortunately. We now have Lina Al-Ruhaili of Saudi Arabia, 67.5 kilos for her opening attempt.
And that looks like a great opener.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she met the command there. I think the yellow in the middle was for skipping the command.
It was
And
definitely close.
Yeah, it was really close. I think she met it, and it's up to the jury whether they agree that she met it or whether she jumped it. But for now, it remains a good lift. We now have 67.5 kilos for Cosmiana Montanaro of Italy. And the jury has overruled it, unfortunately. They agree that Al-Ruhaili of Saudi Arabia jumped the command. So hopefully, she's already put in her bench, so I hope she can change that.
Looked nice and smooth.
And that is a good lift. 3 white lights, and yeah, the jury have allowed Al-Ruhaili of Saudi Arabia to retake the weight instead of the weight they put in when they thought it was a good lift.
Next will be Clark, followed by Farah.
82.5 kilos for Camille Hydris of France. The world record in the juniors and the open is 113.5. And that's 3 white lights, a good lift, and the record is held by Selma Ramberg of Norway. I did mention earlier her and her sister are very good benchers, and I think that was put in there before the bench rules changed. We now have Molly Clark of Great Britain opening on 85 kilos. Our penultimate opening attempt.
There was a bit more work than you would expect on an opener, but nevertheless, a 3 white light, good lift. She's in the race. She can continue.
Yeah, and her bench is a fair way ahead of a lot of other people she's competing against. But some people are just really good at pushing through benches, so we'll have to see on her second.
You're completely right about that, Amelia.
Our final opening attempt, we have Joya Kairala of Lebanon, opening on 95 kilos. And a little bit of work, but it's a good lift, 3 white lights. And she does it without wrist straps and pretty close grip there. Look at that. Nothing but strength.
62.5 kilograms on the bar. And a new personal best attempt for the Irish competitor.
And that concludes our opening attempts with all but 2 lifters with the bench on the board. And kicking us off in our second attempts, we've Fina Doyle of Ireland, 62.5 kilos. Ooh, one arm locks out at a time, but she manages to lock it out. And it is a good lift for Fina.
Now 65 kilograms on the bar, meeting her personal best here. The bar is loaded.
65 kilos now for Joy Edralin of Canada.
Gives her a little wave as she approaches the platform, says to the head spotter, "I'm all right, thank you."
Man, I wish my hair looked like that. It's pretty cool.
It looks great.
Now, her second attempt is 65 kilos, matching her bench press PB. Should she get this? Got held for a while at the top there. But it doesn't phase her.
Waiting for the center referee. 3 white lights, good lift, and a little kiss to the crowd.
65 kilograms on the bar. The bar is loaded. She's making her personal best. That's what she
65 kilos for Millie Wong. Missed it on her opening attempt. Believe she just skipped the command right at the end there. Tipped it back into the rack. But the strength is there, so let's hope Millie can get her bench on the board here on her second.
And that looked good to me.
Yeah, her coach shouted, "Hold it." 2-1, a good lift, a yellow from the side referee.
Must have been for a possible butt lift. Hard to tell from this angle.
Her hips don't look, oh, the jury's overruled it.
So must have been butt lift then.
I guess so. Unfortunately, we can't see that angle, so just have to take their word for it. And she needs her third attempt, otherwise she can't post a total. For now, in a similar situation, Lina Al-Rohaili of Saudi Arabia, 67.5 kilos. And I imagine that is a good lift, and it is 3 white lights. A good lift, and she's secured herself a bench and is that much closer to securing herself a total.
The bar is loaded. Jane Erasmo, Philippines, 67.5 kilograms on the bar.
67.5 kilos for Jane Erasmo of the Philippines. A 2.5 kilo jump.
And just like her opener, this was very nicely executed. 3 white lights.
Yeah, if anything, I think it moves a little faster than her opener.
67.5 kilograms on the bar. Next, we're preparing for Montanaro flower.
67.5 kilos for Sarah Lau of Singapore. This is just 0.5 kilos below what I imagine is a Singaporean record at 68 kilos for Sarah. Two to one, a good lift. Gets called for elbow depth from the center referee. So let's just watch that here.
From Italy, 70 kilograms. And the new personal best, the bar is loaded.
I think it's borderline, but I think she'll be fine there. I think any lower, any higher even, should be in danger. 70 kilos for Cosmiana Montanaro, Italy. Oh, and the jury has overruled that, unfortunately, to a no lift for Lau on rules of elbow depth.
For Lau from Singapore.
And that is a new personal best. 3 white lights, good lift. I was just so sure about that one.
Molly Clark from Great Britain, 87.5 kilograms on the bar, beating her personal best. Next will be Camille Adri, followed by Joya Karalaya. The bar is loaded.
87.5 kilos for Molly Clark of Great Britain. A 2.5 kilo jump for Molly. Her opener was a bit of work, but she still looks strong for it. So let's see what 2.5 kilos will do. Yeah, and that looked good. The same speed, if anything.
And it is 2 to 1, good lift. 1 yellow from the right side referee. And she pointed out her butt lifted a little bit.
Yeah, but the jury seemed happy that it was just a bit of a shake rather than a lift. So I think that will remain a good lift for Molly. 87.5 kilos for Camille Hadris of France. And still looking really speedy there. 2 to 1, a good lift. Just a depth call there from the center referee. So let's have a look at her elbows from this angle. No, I think she'll be safe with that.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. The jury is not looking at the screen anymore.
We now have Joya Kairala of Lebanon, 97.5 kilos. Our heaviest second attempt before we head into our third and final attempts for the 52 kilo juniors. Oh, and it's a fight. She pushes up, and wow, a fantastic effort.
Three white lights, a good lift for Joya.
And that concludes our second attempts.
Next will be Doyle, followed by Ederle. So last chance for putting yourself in the competition now for Millie Wong. Let's cheer her on as she's attempting
Now, the precarious position Millie Wong of New Zealand finds herself in. She needs to get a bench press in to secure a total and be able to continue on competing. She can compete for individual medals but cannot secure a total unless she gets a bench. So 65 kilos for a final time for Millie Wong. The strength is there.
Come on, Millie.
This is a weight she has done before. She is more than capable. And again, she presses it up. It looks better, but what do the referees say?
Good lift 2-1.
Yeah, she still gets a yellow from that right-hand side, and let's hope she's safe. But it looks good from that angle, but it's hard to tell for us for sure. But I think she'll be okay. Fina Doyle of Ireland, 65 kilos for her third and final bench attempt for a 2.5 kilo PB. Yeah, I think you could just see she lost position there and tension on her chest. It doesn't lose out too much there. She jumped 2.5 kilos, so the smallest increment you can. Joy Edgerlin of Canada, 67.5 kilos for her third and final bench attempt.
Trying to go for a new personal best.
Just a little bit too heavy for Joy, unfortunately, today.
No need for Joy Ederle from Canada. Now we're preparing for Sarah Lau, 67.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded. Next, we're preparing for Erasmo, followed by Andre Piley.
We now have Sarah Lau of Singapore, 67.5 kilos. Her last lift got overturned by the jury to a no lift. Let's hope she can just sink it a little bit further here on her third attempt and convince all three of the referees, all three of the jurors, it's a good lift. And again, she locks it out. Are they happy this time round? Wow, unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift on elbow depth.
I'm a bit confused. Then she got her first one in, and then suddenly got reds on her second and third.
Yeah, I am a little bit confused there, but the jury don't seem like they are happy to overturn it, so it will stay a no lift. 70 kilos now for Jane Erasmo of the Philippines.
again, a great looking bench press. Nothing much has changed from her first attempt. 3 great benches.
72.5 kilograms and a new personal best attempt. The bar is loaded.
72.5 kilos for Lina Al-Haili of Saudi Arabia. Missed it on her opener for elbow depth. Got it on her second. And jumping 5 kilos now.
I don't remember if it was butt lift or elbow depth. She fights through. And unfortunately, it was both this time. Left side referee called it for elbow depth. Right side referee called for butt lift. And it's definitely on the line.
Let's shoot her up as she's attempting the new personal best. Next will be Clara, followed by
We now have Cosmiana Montanaro of Italy. 72.5 kilos for her third and final attempt.
That is a great fight, but to no prevail. It was just a bit too heavy, unfortunately. 3 more lifters to go. 2 more lifters to go. I'm sorry. To conclude the 52s. And don't go anywhere after that, because we will be straight heading into the 57 women's.
And first up, we have Molly Clark of Great Britain, currently sat in silver medal position in bench, as Kairala of Lebanon has 97.5 kilos, and she is the lighter of the two of her and Camille. Oh, but it's just a little bit too heavy for her today. It's a no lift. She still stands in silver medal position and can only wait and see if she walks away with the silver bench medal or the bronze bench medal, as we wait to see how Camille Hadri of France does on her final attempt. 90 kilos now. This will pull her from bench bronze into bench silver ahead of Molly Clark, if she's to get this, as she's the heavier of the two lifters. Oh, and with some considerable ease, it seems. 3 white lights, a good lift, and she walks away with bench press silver, with Kairala in gold and Molly Clark of Great Britain in bronze. We are going straight through, as Elias said, to the first flight of 2 of the 57 kilo women. And as you can see on screen here, we have the gold, silver and bronze medals for bench going to Joya Kairala in gold, Camille Hadri of France in silver, and Molly Clark of Great Britain in bronze.
now we're waiting for Russell Nicole, South Africa. The bar is loaded.
And kicking off the first round of bench, we have Nicole Hassel
67.5.
from South Africa.
Next will be Chan, followed by Sveinsdottir.
62.5 kilos, 5 kg shy of her personal best. Giving some last second instructions for a good lift off. And unfortunately, that is a no lift. The left side and the center referee say no depth, no elbow depth. The left side was a bit higher, unfortunately. The bar is already loaded for Daeyeon Chan from Singapore. 65 kilos. And it's so important to communicate with the spotter that gives the lift off if you are very specific. Right there, Farhana, an amazing deadlifter. And that is a perfect looking opener. 3 white lights.
From Singapore. Now I inviting Christian Ingedun's weights up here. The bar is loaded. 65 kilograms on the bar. Next, we'll having Dakovska followed by Cox.
The bar is loaded for Kristrún Ingunn Sveinsdottir, Iceland, with 65 kilos for her opener. And that is how your opener is supposed to look. 3 white lights.
Christian Ingedun's weights up here. Looking the same weight. Bar loaded. Victoria Dakovska from Poland. 65 kilograms on the bar. Next will be Fox.
Next up with the same weight, Wiktoria Dankowska, Poland. Only 19 years old and been competing for 2 years. And another easy opener.
And it will leave for Victoria Dakovska from Poland. Now we're waiting for Amelia Fox. The bar is loaded. 65 kilograms on the bar for the British competitor. Next, we're waiting for Skanovin, followed by Maha.
Amelia Fox, Great Britain. And she's the 3rd in a row that gets 65 kilos on her opener. Great lift. The 4th, actually.
Amelia Fox. Now we're inviting Kelsey Skanovin. 67.5 kilograms on the bar for the United States of America athlete. The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded. Kelsey Skanovin from USA, 67.5 kilos. She looks confident. She did look confident for her squats as well, but had a little bit of trouble with depth. Luckily, she got one in on her 3rd attempt, but now she's looking to get a good attempt at her 1st right now. And that looks good. And it is 3 white lights, good lift.
Natalia Maha from Ukraine, 72.5 kilograms on the bar. The bar is loaded. Next will be Esposa Flores, followed by Ramberg.
Natalia Maha from Ukraine, 72.5 kilos. Another lovely looking opener.
Goodly for Natalia Maha. Now we're expecting Lara Escosura Flores, 82.5 kilograms, beating her personal best. Next will be Lambert, followed by the second series Superman, starting with Hassan.
And the bar is loaded. Lara Escosura Flores, España, 82.5 kilos. I really like how most of these lifters give precise instructions to the main spotter, controlling an extra variable. And a very nice opener. Ooh, but unfortunately, she gets called for elbow depth. Let's take a look at that.
Norway, 97.5 kilograms on the bar.
It definitely looks on the border.
Followed by Chan.
But I thought it was gonna pass, but unfortunately it doesn't. She will have two more chances to correct it. But now our heaviest opener in the first flight of the 57s, Selma Ramberg Storstad from Norway. 97.5 kilos with a whopping personal best of 114. And that looked very easy. And unfortunately, also got called on elbow depth. Let's take a look. Her right side looked just a tad higher than her left side. Again, it is on the border, so it does not need to be a lot deeper. But we're already off to the second round. Nicole Hassel from South Africa, retaking 62.5 kilos. Can she find that extra bit of range of motion? Let's see what the referees have to say. And right now it's 2-1. Good lift. Again, one for elbow depth. Let's see what the referees say. And I think that's good. And they are not intervening the jury table, that is. And we're already on to the next lifter, Daeyeon Chan from Singapore, taking a 2.5 kg increment. And that looks good. Unfortunately, that is no lift. And we're on to Kristrun Ingun Sveinsdottir from Iceland, 70 kg.
A strong looking second attempt there. And 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call there from the center referee. Let's have a look at that here. We'll watch out for the elbows. Seems fine to me. Some strict calls we're seeing today, I think, with the elbow depth. But of course, this is the highest level of competition you're going to be at. It's going to be strict.
Victoria Dankowska from Poland, also attempting 70 kilos. A strong second attempt.
The lift was good for Victoria Dankowska from Poland. Now taking Emilia
Nice,
Fox.
strong second attempt.
Next will be Skanevin, followed by Maha. Let's cheer up
Amelia Fox, Great Britain,
of her personal best.
70 kilos. For a 5-kilo jump. And that moved well. 3 white lights, good lift.
And that was a match PB for Emilia.
Emilia Fox. And now we're having the bar loaded. Kelsey Skanevin from the United States. 72.5 kilograms, meeting her personal best. Next will be Maha, followed by Escosura Flores.
Kelsey Skanevin, 72.5 kilos, USA.
Less dramatic start to her bench than she had to her squats. But she is safely on the board for now, heading into deadlifts. Lovely soft touch from Kelsey.
And it wasn't much harder than her first. 3 white lights, a good lift.
77.5 kilograms on the bar, and a new personal best again for the Ukrainian competitors. Next will be Escosura Flores. The bar is loaded.
Natalia Maha from Ukraine, 5-kilo jump, looking for a 2.5-kilo increase on her personal best. And 77.5 kilos was easy enough for her. 3 white lights, a good lift.
A nice steady looking second, giving her space to build into her third.
The bar is loaded. She will definitely wait that will meet her former
And our next competitor, Lara Escosura Flores from España, trying to retake 82.5 kilos. She missed it on elbow depth. Just a stitch deeper and she'll be all right.
Looks like she still walks the line there, but let's see if the referees think it's the right side of the line.
And it was a 3 white light, good lift. And did you see how long she held it on her chest?
She wanted them to see that it was elbow depth.
You see it? You can see it? Did you see it? All right, I'm a push.
Just so you have no doubt, I'll hold it here for a little longer.
And I hope Selma Remberg Sturstad from Norway can do the same with 97.5 kilos. She doesn't need much more, just a stitch more. Come yen.
Now that looked like it was good parallel depth there. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Now, Selma was one of the athletes that had to really adjust her bench with the rule change because she had such an extreme arch and such a small ROM before. So she's done a really good job of doing so and keeping her bench really strong.
And that right there concluded the third round. We're waiting for the bench being cleaned off.
But,
And
but everybody now has a bench press in, which is the good news.
And now we are kicking off the third and final bench press round for the first flight of the 57 kg women. Nicole Hassel, South Africa, 67.5 kilos.
A smart looking third attempt. She waits for the lights, and it is a good lift.
And now we're inviting Daewoo Chan from Singapore, 67.5 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
Daeyun Chan from Singapore, retaking 67.5 kilos.
Next we'll be having
Still trying to break her personal best. And it's moving, it's a fight.
Wow, she does so well to get that up, and 2-1, a good lift. She just gets a yellow from the side referee, and unfortunately the jury has overruled it to a no lift. Chan's last lift is now a no lift.
And the bar is already loaded. Kristrun Ingun Sveinsdottir, Iceland, 72.5 kilos. It's her last year as a junior. And that looked like a nice third attempt. 3 white lights. Next up, we have Amelia Fox, Great Britain, 2.5 kilo increment.
To be a 2.5 kilo PB for Amelia, should she get this? Ooh, and it looks like she does. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a new personal best for Amelia. There's 5 benches left before we move through to the rest of the 57s.
And we're seeing a red loaded for Victoria Denkowska, Poland, 75 kilos, only 19 years old.
Yeah, the red plate is a big milestone. Ooh, but unfortunately a stitch too heavy today for Victoria.
No lead for Victoria Dakoska. Now we're joining Kelsey's
We're seeing a lot of braids this time. It's a nice look.
It is. Keeps the hair together well.
Kelsey Scanavin, USA, 75 kilos. And a very nice looking press. And that is a good lift.
And a good lead for the United States of America athlete. The bar is loaded. 80 kilograms at the bar for Natalia Maha from Ukraine. Here fighting for the bronze medal. And a new personal best. Next will be Sposura Flores, followed by
Natalia Maha from Ukraine, 80 kilos. 2.5 kilo increase. And it's a fight. Ooh, just too heavy.
Yeah, just a little bit too much for Natalia there, but she jumped 2.5 kilos, which is the smallest increment you can jump. So when it gets heavy, it's really, do you jump 2.5 kilos or do you scratch out that attempt?
Now, our next lifter, Lara Escosura Flores from Spain. She had a little bit trouble with elbow depth on the first attempt. She retook it on her second, had no issues at all, was still super easy. Now can she do it with 5 kilos more? 87.5 kilos. Yeah, and again, she held it a long time on the chest.
Yeah, and as well, you know, when you have to change up your form on the platform, it's all very good and well when it's your opening attempt and it's a weight that you're comfortable with. When you push to that last attempt, it may not quite go the same.
And that is why you open with a weight that you can do in hard circumstances. Now, the heaviest opener in this flight, and possibly in the second, we have Selma Remberg Størstad from Norway, 102.5 kilos. The same story here. On the first, elbow depth issues. On the second one, no issues at all. Can she do it now?
And unfortunately, exactly what I said before, when you have to make those adjustments on the platform, it makes for a more difficult situation. And unfortunately, it is a no lift for Selma. And we move straight through to the next flight of 57s. And kicking us off, we have Twee Pham of Australia, opening with 75 kilos. And as you said, there are a lot of elbow calls in that first flight, so let's hope that this second flight can avoid them. And that looked good. Let's see if the referees agree. Yeah, 2-1, a good lift. The center referee, unfortunately, Still not quite happy with that elbow depth. So let's have a look at that in the replay. I think she's very safe there. Again, they only see it in a split second, and we have the advantage of a replay, but some strict calls today. 77.5 kilos for Kelly Chong of Canada.
Just 2.5 kilos shy of her personal best. And that flew. 3 white lights, a good lift.
We now have Ida Therese Lindberg of Sweden opening on 82.5 kilos, and it looks like she's moved it up from what it was, 7.5 kilos.
That's correct. Her previous opener was standing at 75 kilos, but she told me in the break she was going to bring it up.
Let's see if that was a smart move from Ida.
And that's a great lift.
Ooh, but unfortunately gets called on elbow depth from the center and side referee. Now let's have a look at that again.
That looks good to me.
Yeah, that does look good, and I'm very surprised the jury are not turning that over. But unfortunately that remains a no lift for Ida, to our surprise. Not sure what else we can say there. Hopefully she can get on her second. 85 kilos for Michelle Guirado of Mexico.
And let's wait for the referees.
And that is 2-1, a good lift for Michelle. And dare I say that looks similar to Ida's. And you can see where it's just a little bit high on that right side. We now have Helena Mariella Decker of Germany, 87.5 kilos. And the jury has overruled that to a no lift for Guirado of Mexico for elbow depth. Oof. It is hard out here for the 57s this afternoon.
Let's see what Decker can do.
And it looks good. Not sure what I can say anymore, so I'm going to hold my breath. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Decker is safe from the grasp of the referees and the jury. We now have Fanny Laminen of Finland, 87.5 kilos.
And that is 2-1, no lift. Left side for elbow depth. Right side, I imagine, for a lift of some sort.
Yeah, it does look like her hips lift up a little bit, but it's so hard to tell. It remains a no lift. And now we have Caitlin Baxter of Great Britain opening up on 97.5 kilos. asking for a handout, just telling the spotter how she would like it done. Let's hope this is a nice, easy opener for Caitlin and she doesn't fall under the grasp of the elbow depth that the referees keep calling. Now it looks nice and strong. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, a good lift. She is safe. We now have our heaviest opener of the 57 kilo class. We have 100 kilos for Tori Laperriere of Canada. A huge opening attempt here. Wow. Already hitting 100 kilos in her opener.
And I really hope she hits elbow depth convincingly with her opener.
Let's wait and see. And we can only wait to see what the referees say. 2-1, a no lift, but not for elbow depth. 2 yellows either side. Makes me think that she lifted her butt there. And we can see here, as she presses, it doesn't look like it. So I think that might be overturned, and it has. The jury has overruled that to a good lift for Tori. Tori's is now a good lift. She has a bench on the board. And as you can see, there are a few people who do not have a bench on. First up, we have an athlete who does. We have Tui Pham of Australia, 77.5 kilos for her second attempt.
That looks good.
3 white lights, a good lift. We now have Kelly Chong of Canada jumping 5 kilos to 82.5.
82.5 kilograms on the bar, more than a former personal best, so she's attempting a PR here in the second attempt. Next will be Lindbergh, followed by Laminate, then followed by Girado.
A little bit harder for the chest there, but she manages to lock it out. And 2-1, a good lift, gets called on elbow depth from the center referee. Let's have a look. Yeah, that right elbow is a tiny bit higher, but it's still so close. They have eagle eyes there. Now we have Ida Therese Lindberg of Sweden. Missed her opener on elbow depth, according to the referees. Kept the weight the same. I think the sensible decision here. 82.5. Hopefully can convince the referees this time that she reaches elbow depth. Let's go, Ida.
Come in. And that looks way better.
And let's
Way
hope the
more
referees
convincing.
agree.
And they do. And she gives a sigh of relief.
3 white lights, a good lift, and she has a bench on the board. They can't argue with that elbow depth. And let's hope the next 2 athletes can follow in her footsteps. Michelle Girado of Mexico missed 85 kilos on her opener for elbow depth. Looking for it now on her second.
Hopefully she can follow the lead of Ida.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, Michelle. Show them that you have the elbow depth. This is not where we want to see athletes fall down and lose kilos. And again, that looked better, but let's see if the referees are happy with it. And they are. 3 white lights, a good lift. She has a bench on the board, and let's hope the luck continues there.
87.5 kilograms. The bar is held in. Next will be the boxer.
We now have Fanny Laminen of Finland, our last lifter who struggled to get their opener in. Retaking 87.5 kilos now, hoping to convince the referees. Let's go, Fanny. Shaking under the bar. And she gets up again, and I hope, I'm not sure, and that's what I was afraid of. 2 to 1, a no lift. Fanny currently holding the gold in squat and in contention for podium overall. She needs that last bench. And she's in a sticky situation heading into thirds. We now have Helena Mariella Decker of Germany, 92.5 kilos, hoping to add 5 extra kilos to her total. Caitlin Baxter of Great Britain is sneaking up on her, so she's going to need the extra kilos. Oh, she locks the left arm out and then the right. Did incredibly well to keep that going. 2 to 1, a good lift. Again, an athlete getting called on elbow depth there. So let's have a look at the replay. I think she'll be safe from the jury. Yeah, and it's got even closer here with just 5 kilos, it seems, between 8th and 4th. 8th and 3rd, sorry. 7.5 kilos between 8th and 3rd. That's insane. Caitlin Baxter of Great Britain now, 102.5 kilos. A 5 kilo jump from her opener and currently sitting in 2nd place overall. Needs the extra kilos to stay ahead. And it looks strong. 3 white lights, a good lift. She gets those extra kilos. The same weight remains on the bar for Tori Laperriere of Canada. Tori is lighter than Caitlin, so this will move her into bench press gold should she get it, as well as getting those extra kilos she's going to want heading into deadlifts, as she's in that contention for podium.
That looked nice.
3 white lights, a good lift. She moves into bench press gold ahead of Caitlin Baxter.
And that concluded the 2nd round of the last flight this afternoon.
And we move straight through to the 3rd attempt. We have Tui Pham of Australia jumping 2.5 kilos to 80 for her 3rd and final attempt.
And that looks like a good lift. but it is not. Elbow depth from the center referee and a butt lift from the right side referee.
She'll then be the new personal best here. Let's cheer her up. Next will be Lindeberg, followed by Lappy.
It's not getting overturned. Unfortunately, that remains a no lift. We have Kelly Chong of Canada. Oh, the jury has overruled it to a good lift. It is a good lift for Tui. Kelly Chong of Canada now, 85 kilos, a 2.5 kilo jump from her second.
So Bellingley for Weekly Fong from Australia.
Locks it out. A little bit of a wobble at the top there, but I don't think it went up and down, and it didn't. 3 white lights, a good lift.
85 kilograms. The bar is ready. She's finding the fight for beating her personal best.
85 kilos for Ida Therese Lindberg of Sweden. Missed her opener on depth. Got it on her second with 3 white lights. Convinced every single one of them it was deep enough. And now jumping 2.5 kilos to 85 for her third and final attempt.
And hopefully this change in technique has not influenced her that much.
Yeah, and as I said, Ida is projected 8th, but there's only 7.5 kilos between her and Chong, who is in 3rd overall.
And she fights,
A fantastic third attempt.
and that is a 3 white light. Great lift for Ida. Great performance.
Yeah, I'm over the moon for all of these lifters who are able to come back from that elbow depth issue. And I hope the same can happen again here for Fanny Lamminen of Finland. Has missed 87.5 kilos twice. She needs this to stay in the competition. She can still claim her squat gold should she miss this, but we want her to stay in the competition and fight for that podium. And she's only 2.5 kilos off of the podium should she get this.
Come igen.
And she
And
locks
she
it out.
locks it out easily.
3 white lights, a good lift, and she keeps herself in the competition with that last bench.
And now we're waiting for Michelle Guirado from Mexico. And 90 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
And the next lifter we have Michelle Guirado from Mexico. 90 kilos on the bar.
By Boxer.
5 kilo jump from her second. And again, one of the athletes in the fight for the podium. 2.5 kilos off of the podium as it stands if she gets this. Oh, and she's fighting, but it looks too heavy for her today, unfortunately. And
3 more lifters to go.
and she loses those 2.5 kilos. And usually you would say it's just 2.5 kilos, but that's all that's in it between the podium and 8th place, really. We now have Helena Mariella Decker of Germany jumping 2.5 kilos to 95 for her third and final attempt. Has a pretty big lead, but not impossible to catch should she make any misses. So she'll need the kilos. And yeah, similar to before, one arm wanted to lock out before the other, but as that gets heavier, it just gets harder to do. And that means, should Caitlin Baxter get her next bench, Caitlin is now only 10 kilos behind Helena, although Helena has the heavier deadlift. Caitlin Baxter of Great Britain now, 105 kilos. This will pull her into bench press gold for the time being, but give her the needed kilos to stay in second overall for the time being, heading into deadlifts. And she's pushing through, but unfortunately it's just a little bit too heavy for her, which means she walks away with bench press silver. And Tori Laperriere walks away with bench press gold. But just to extend that by an extra 2.5 kilos, here comes Tori Laperriere of Canada, 105 kilos on the bar. And to give her those needed 2.5 kilos on the total to fight for podium overall in the 57s. The last bench of the flight. And she locks it out. And 3 white lights, a good lift for Tori, a fantastic way to end the bench press there. And as I said before, there is only 7.5 kilos heading into deadlifts between 8th place and 3rd place. So it is going to be close. And as we stand heading into deadlifts, we have our subtotals there. Not sure why we're missing Helena's, but we will be going to a 10-minute break very quickly. For bench press, Tori Laperriere of Canada walks away with gold. Caitlin Baxter of Great Britain walks away with silver. And Selma from the first flight of 57s walks away with bronze. We'll be having a short 10-minute break now before we head into deadlift to decide where everybody will end up on the platform and with what medals. Don't go anywhere.
don't notice y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Really, y'all don't notice y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Threat, 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 threat. Really, y'all don't notice y'all in danger, I'm a threat.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. I'm Amelia Potter, and this afternoon for you we have the 52 kilo and 57 kilo women. The first flight will consist of the 52 kilo women, and the following two flights will both be the 57 kilo women. So up here for you first, we will see who will land where in the 52s. And first out for us, we have Millie Wong of New Zealand. With every deadlift each athlete gets in, they secure themselves a total and build from there. Every lifter in the 52s has managed to get a squat and a bench. So with their first deadlift, they will do so in securing their total. It's a nice, strong looking opener and 3 white lights, a good lift. Sarah Lau of Singapore, 107.5 kilos. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift for Sarah. 110 kilos for Jane Erasmo of the Philippines. Move nice and quick, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
The bar is delivered.
120 kilos now for Molly Clark of Great Britain. And 2-1, a good lift. Just a blue from the center referee there. Let's try and catch that replay. See what that would have been for. I think there was a bit of a speed wobble at the top there, but it doesn't look like the bar went down at all, and I think she'll be okay with that. We now have Fina Doyle of Ireland, 145 kilos for her opening attempt. Just waiting for that side referee there. Can't imagine anything wrong with that opener, however. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
From Canada, trying 150 kilograms.
Joy Edrelin of Canada, 150 kilos, and she wants some hype from the room. Nearing triple body weight here, with Joy weighing 50.4 kilos. A little bit of patience off the ground, rewarded with a nice lockout, and she says, "Thank you, bar, thank you, plates."
Coming up next, Lina Al-Rehaidi from Saudi Arabia, the bar is loaded.
Lina Al-Rehaili, Saudi Arabia now, 150 kilos. And that is a good lift.
Coming up next is Cosmiana Montanaro, carrying 160.5. The bar is loaded.
162.5 kilos for Cosmiana Montanaro of Italy. Well over triple body weight here. Pretty comfortably sat in 3rd place overall. And that would secure it. And her total with this. That's a nice strong looking opener. And 3 white lights secures her total. And with 4th place, 20 kilos behind her, I think she'll be safe on the podium.
The bar is loaded.
100 and there's just been a mistake on the screen there, it seems. 167.5 kilos for Camille Hadri of France. And wow, that was an easy opener for the French lifter there. 3 white lights, a good lift. And secures her total. Pretty comfortable in at least silver there, Camila's. We now have Joya Kairala of Lebanon. 177.5 kilos for her opening attempt. With this, she secures her total and her lead. And it's a little bit tricky, but she manages to lock it out. And 3 white lights, a good lift. She currently sits 12.5 kilos ahead of Camille. And that concludes our opening attempts, with every single lifter managing to get a deadlift in and securing a total We move straight through to our second attempts here. As you can see, with Joya leading the deadlifts, followed by Camille and Cosmiana.
The bar is loaded. Sarah now.
First up, we have Sarah Lau from Singapore, 115 kilos. Nice snappy looking opening, second attempt from Sarah.
And that is
So-
a 3 white light, good lift.
Yeah, so fast it looked like an opening attempt though.
The bar is loaded.
115 kilos for Millie Wong of New Zealand, a 10 kilo jump from her opener. And that is a good lift.
Coming up next is Mike Clark from the Great Britain, trying 137.5. The bar is loaded.
127.5 kilos for Molly Clark of Great Britain. And that was super snappy there from Molly. And it is a good lift.
Coming up next, Jane Erasmo from the Philippines, trying 130 kilograms. The bar is loaded.
It's worth mentioning that the deadlift record is 182.5 kilos, and Kerala has put in for 180 for her second attempt. We now have Jane Erasmo of the Philippines, 130, a 20 kilo jump from her opener. Oh, and it seems like 20 kilos was just too much. That's a huge jump for the 52 kilo category.
No lift for Jane Erasmo. Coming up next is Gina Doyle from Ireland, trying 155 kilos. The bar is loaded.
We now have Fina Doyle of Ireland, 155 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from her first attempt.
Getting into position. And that looked Fina to me. 3 white lights, good lift.
Canada trying 160 kilograms.
$160 kilos for Joy Edrelin of Canada, a 10 kilo jump from her opener.
Asking for some support from the crowd.
And she locks it out.
Great looking second. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, her coach just at the beginning there reminds her to be patient, which is a great cue for sumo. as you should be patient off the ground with it, as it's usually a little bit slower there and faster at lockout, and conventional proves opposite usually. We now have Lina Al-Haili of Saudi Arabia, 167.5 kilos, a 17.5 kilo jump from her opener. This is a pretty hefty jump for a 52 woman.
Over 10% even.
And it's slow, but it's steady. And 3 white lights, a good lift for Lina. We now have Cosmiana Montanaro of Italy, 170 kilos to move her into deadlift silver for the time being, currently sitting in 3rd overall. And that was lovely. 3 white lights, a good lift. $177.5 kilos for Camille Hadri of France. Ooh, a little bit of trouble at the knees there for Camille, which is a surprise based on what her opener looks like. So I'm wondering what went wrong for her there. We now have Joya Kairala of Lebanon, 180 kilos, and this is 2.5 kilos below the world junior record. And this also matches the 52 kilo world junior total record. So should she get this and build on it on anything on her 3rd, she will overtake that on both the deadlift and total record. So let's see how this moves. And it's heavy, but she locks it out. Wow, a fantastic effort for Joya, and 3 white lights, a good lift. Now, as I said, should she get anything added on top of that for her 3rd, and she's put in for 183, she will get the deadlift record in the juniors as well as the total record in the juniors. The question is, does she have 3 more kilos in her? We'll have to find out. We move straight through to the 3rd attempt now of the 52 kilo women. The bar will be brushed down in between each attempt to give the athletes the best opportunity possible to get their final attempt. And just a look here where we stand in deadlifts heading into 3rd attempts, with Joya in 1st, followed by Cosmiana in 2nd, and Lina in 3rd for deadlifts. 122.5 kilos for Sarah Lau of Singapore. 7.5 kilo jump from her 2nd.
3 white lights, good lift.
Great end to the day there.
Trying 125 kilograms. The bar is
Millie Wong of New Zealand jumping 10 kilos to 125 for her third and final attempt. And her grip just goes there. I was wondering what would happen first. Her grip goes or she locks it out. And unfortunately, when your grip starts to go, there is nothing you can do about that. But a great effort from Millie. $130 kilos for Jane Erasmo of the Philippines. Took a 20-kilo jump from her opener and struggled to budget from the ground there on her second. Strength is something that is hard to come by in the back room once you feel like you've run out. So let's see how this goes for Jane here. Oh, and it's moving this time. Wow!
And the first time it did not move at all. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Now, I said strength is something that you can rarely find in the back room when you feel like you've run out, but I didn't say never, and Jane is a perfect example of that there. Must have changed something up.
She changed gear.
135 kilos for Molly Clark of Great Britain. A 7.5 kilo jump. And does it with ease, it seems. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a great end to the day for Molly. We now have Vina Doyle of Ireland, 160 kilos. This is a huge third attempt for a 52 kilo lifter, well over triple body weight. And she locks it out. Does she get the triple body break? She does. 3 white lights, a good lift. Just 5 lifts remain. We now have Joy Edrelin of Canada, 172.5 kilos. For her third and final attempt, this will pull her into deadlift silver for the time being. And unfortunately she keeps going, but it just doesn't break the ground. She still thanks the bar and the plates and the crowd for their support, but unfortunately it's not there A great day for her nonetheless. We now have Lina Al-Haili of Saudi Arabia, 172.5 kilos, and this will pull her from deadlift bronze into silver for the time being, with Montanaro to follow. And it's moving. She locks it out. Can't imagine there's anything wrong with that. And we've had an attempt change. That was a good lift. And I imagine that'd be from Hadri. Just watching the screen now to see where that attempt change has come in from. And it wasn't, it was from Cosmiana Montanaro. Has changed to 172.5 kilos, as she is the lighter of the two lifters, and this will pull her into deadlift silver. She already has bronze overall. This will give her the deadlift silver ahead of Arahaili of Saudi Arabia. 172.5 kilos for Cosmiana Montanaro of Italy for her third and final attempt. And it's moving, she locks it out. And that is a good lift for Cosmiana, and she moves into silver place for deadlifts and secures third place overall. And now we have two very exciting deadlifts to come. First up of the two, we have Camille Hadri of France. She is heavier of the two lifters, but should she get this and Kairala misses, she will walk away with gold overall as well as deadlift overall. And as you can see on screen, there's a little bit more to it. The bar is being loaded for a world junior record in the deadlift and in the total. The bar is being prepared and the bar is loaded for Camille Hadri of France. 183 kilos for a world junior deadlift and total record.
Allez la France!
Missed 177.5 kilos in her second, has gone up. This is for all or nothing. 183 kilos. Can she do it? And it's moving. She locks it out. We wait for the referees. 3 white lights and a new world junior deadlift and total record for Camille. Now, that puts the pressure on and bunches up Kairala's to 183.5 kilos. And her 180 was hard, but this would take the world junior deadlift and total record should she get this, and move her back into gold place in deadlift and overall. So this deadlift means a lot to Joya Kairala of Lebanon. The bar is being loaded. 0.5 kilos is being added on top of Camille's deadlift. We won't have to wait long to find out. The anticipation in the room is high. The bar is loaded for Joya Kairala of Lebanon. 183.5 kilos to take the World Junior total and deadlift record from Camille. And the win overall Who will be the 52 kilo junior world champion? We will find out in the next 30 seconds. She breaks the ground. Can she lock it out? It's going. She screams. She locks it out. We wait. 3 white lights. She takes the junior total record. She takes the junior deadlift record. And she walks away the 52 kilo world champion. Kairala of Lebanon is your 52 kilo champion. Congratulations, an absolutely incredible fight from the 2 lifters there. And the excitement doesn't stop. We move straight through to the 57s, but quickly, here you can see in gold for deadlifts, we have Joya Kairala of Lebanon with 183.5 kilos. In silver, Camille Hadri of France, 183 kilos. And Cosmiana Montanaro of Italy, 172.5. Wow.
Wow, indeed. That was an exciting flight. And we're already moving into the next flight, the 57 class, the first of the 2. And the bar is loaded for Wiktoria Dękowska from Poland, walking onto the platform. That looks good. And it is 3 white lights.
Coming up next, Nicole Hassel from South Africa is trying 125 kilograms.
The bar is loaded for Nicole Hassel from South Africa, 125 kilos. A very nice looking opener. 3 white lights.
Coming up next, Svansdottir from Iceland, the bar is loaded.
Kristrun Ingunn Sveinsdottir from Iceland next up with 125 kilos to lift. And another good looking opener. 3 white lights. And the bar is loaded for Lara Escosura Flores, España, 140 kilos. Very easy looking. Three white lights. The bar is loaded for Kelsey Scanavin, USA, 147.5 kilos. Nice looking opener. 3 white lights.
Coming up next, Selma Rambovic, first match from Norway, trying 127.25.
Coming out for the same weight on the bar, Selma Ramberg Størstad from Norway, 147.5 kilo. Oh, and unfortunately at the top a little wobble. Nothing she can correct on her second attempt. It was so easy. The rebounds caught her off guard. As you can see, she locked it out too aggressively and bounced back a little bit. The bar dipped as a consequence. Natalia Maha from Ukraine, 155 kilos. Nice looking attempt. Good lift.
Coming up next is Amelia Fox from the World Britain, trying 165 kilograms. The bar is open for Amelia Fox.
The bar is loaded for Amelia Fox from Great Britain, 165 kilos. That looked good. 3 white lights, good lift.
The bar is now open for Dai Chan from Singapore.
Dayun Chan from Singapore, 170 kilos. The highest opener of this group. And that is solid looking. 3 white lights for Singapore.
Coming up next, Victoria Dankoska from Poland, trying 120 kilograms.
The bar is loaded. Victoria Dankowska from Poland, 120 kilos. It was more work than her opener for sure. Let's see what the referees say, and they say it is a good lift. So she took a 10 kilo jump, probably in her best interest to take a smaller jump this time. Maybe 2.5 kilos. And the bar is loaded for Christian Ingen Sveinsdottir, Iceland, 135 kilos, a 10 kilo jump. And a nice looking second attempt. 3 white lights.
Coming up next, Nicole Hazel from South Africa, trying 130.
The bar is loaded. Nicole Hassel from South Africa approaching the bar, ready to take on 140 kilos. And that looks good. A nice looking second attempt. 3 white lights. Now, if you can remember, Selma Remberg Størstad from Norway, she lifted 147.5 kilo on her opener with ease, but rebounded a little bit on the top. Let's see if she can correct this on her second. She sure can. That was convincing. 3 white lights. Now you can ask yourself the question, does she go for a bigger jump near her planned third, or does she now go safe and go for her second planned? Lara Escosura Flores from Spain, 150 kilos. And that looks solid. A good lift. Next up, the bar is loaded. Kelsey Scanavin, USA, 155 kilos. And it is a fight to lock out, but she manages. And it is a 3 white light, good lift. The bar is loaded for Natalia Maha from Ukraine, 165 kilos.
The final session of the day will begin a quarter hour later. 6:45.
10 kilo jump. Struggle at lockout, but she manages just in time. 3 white lights. The bar is loaded for Singapore. Daeyun Chan from Singapore, 175 kilos. Also a bit of a struggle at lockout, but looks fine, and it is 3 white lights, good lift. One more lifter in this flight, in this second round. We have Amelia Fox from Great Britain, 15 kilo jump to 180 kilo.
This is a big second attempt and a big jump as well. Bit of a struggle there, but she manages to get it up and knock it out. And it is a good lift for Amelia. We're on to third and final attempts now before we head through to the rest of the 57s.
We're just waiting for the bar to be cleaned as we head into the third round. After each and every attempt, the bar will be cleaned so that every lifter has the best circumstances to lift their final attempt of the day.
And of course on screen it will say where they are in the deadlifts and totals, but that won't be confirmed until we have seen all of the 57s compete in the next flight.
Walking towards the bar, Victoria Dankowska from Poland. Final attempt, 125 kilos.
Just a bit too heavy, unfortunately, for Victoria today.
I did think she would have gone 2.5 from her second.
But you know, there are a lot of things that different athletes come here for. Not everyone can come here to win or to medal. Might be national records or personal PBs.
And as you can see, she has a flat 300 kilo total, so I think she will be very happy. The bar is loaded. Kristrún Ingunn Sveinsdottir, Iceland. Final attempt. 142.5. She's asking for your support. And it is a fight until the end.
And she locks it out, screams, and it is a good lift for Kristrún.
The bar is loaded. Third and final attempt for Nicole Hassel. South Africa, 152.5 kilo.
A 12.5 kilo jump from her second.
And it's unfortunately, Atenise could not get past it.
Yeah, 12.5 kilo jump, a little bit too much there. But hindsight is 2020.
The bar is loaded. Lara Escosura Flores, España, 157.5 kilos for her third and final deadlift. Venga. And wow, I think she has it.
She did a great job. Her knees locked out so early. 2 to 1, a good lift. As I said, a call from the center referee for insufficient lockout, but let's get a slight angle on that. And that is a good lift. We just have 5 deadlifts remaining before we head into the second and final flight of 57-kilo women.
The bar is loaded. Kelsey Scanavin, United States of America, 160 kilos. She's already convinced herself. Now convince the referees. And it's going, it's a tough lockout, but she still goes, she's still going, she locks it out.
We're waiting for the referees there, and 3 white lights, a good lift, and she's pretty happy with that, I would say.
Four more deadlifts to go in this flight. And next up, we see Selma Ramberg Størstad from Norway. She took a hefty 20-kilo jump. And as I said before, would she go for her planned third or planned second? And I think I can see she went for about her third. 167.5. And she locks it out.
Wow, that moves so well for a 20-kilo jump, and 2 to 1, a good lift. Just a red call from the center referee there for insufficient lockout.
The bar is loaded. Natalia Maha from Ukraine. 3 red plates, 175 kilos.
This is a big milestone.
And she pulls it. She's trying to lock it, but unfortunately, it is a stitch too heavy.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately, even if she was able to pull that through, she was just assisting on her legs there. I think when it gets that heavy, you just want to do anything you can, or your body does, to get the bar up.
Two more lifters to go. The bar is loaded. Daeyun Chan from Singapore, 190 kilos. She will move from silver to gold position in this flight so far.
But I wouldn't be surprised if her or Amelia made it onto the podium for deadlifts overall.
Unfortunately, it was a bit too heavy. She did take a 15 kilo jump from her second, but now we will be moving on to our next competitor. The bar is loaded. Amelia Fox from Great Britain. She's currently sitting in gold medal position, further solidifying it to maybe still get a medal after the second flight. 190 kilos. She's locking it out.
Oh, such a shame.
Very
so
valiant
close.
effort.
But unfortunately not quite there. Still walks away with 180 kilos though, and like I said, it's entirely possible that she may end up on the platform the podium for deadlifts. But we'll have to see how this second flight of women go. And speaking of which, we move straight through to the second flight of 57s. And with this, we will see who will walk away with what medal. And as I keep saying, it is so close. There is 7.5 kilos between 6th and 3rd. Fanny Laminen of Finland, 147.5 kilos. With every successful deadlift attempt, we see a total secured. And that is a good lift for Fanny. $152.5 kilos for Caitlin Baxter of Great Britain. Already walking away with bench press silver. And I think squat silver as well. Or squat bronze rather, 152.5. Wow, and that was a nice looking opener.
3 white lights, good lift.
Tori Laperriere of Canada now, 152.5 kilos. Interesting enough, Tori and Caitlin had very similar benches and also very similar deadlifts.
Strong opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
We now have Michelle Guirado of Mexico, 162.5 kilos. Very speedy, and 3 white lights, a good lift. We now have Tui Pham of Australia, 167.5 kilos.
That looks good. 3 white lights. Good lift.
Just for reference, the deadlift record is held by Jad Jacob and stands at 231 kilos. So not sure we'll see that broken today. But I thought it was worth mentioning. Ida Therese Lindberg of Sweden now 170 kilos for her opening attempt.
She's fired up.
And this will move her into third overall for the time being.
And she can pull big.
And she
Lindeberg
laughs.
with a very nice deadlift. 3 white lights.
She even laughed at the top, threw her hands up and said, "Did you see that?"
Yeah, I just did that.
We move now on to Helena Mariella Decker of Germany. Currently in the lead overall, 175 kilos to secure that total and maintain that lead.
These are very big openers. Three reds.
And that moved really nicely for Helena, and 3 white lights, a good lift, and secures that total. And if you don't believe me how close it is, pull up the scoreboard for yourself and have a look. Our heaviest open now from Kelly Chong of Canada, 177.5 kilos. Already with her opener, this will pull her into deadlift silver, including the flight before. We've had all 3 deadlifts.
Nice looking opener. 3 white lights, good lift.
Second series starting now with Fanny Laminate from Finland. 157.5 kilograms on the bar.
And that concludes our opening attempts, with all ladies getting a deadlift in and securing their total. As you can see, Amelia Fox from the first flight is currently leading the deadlifts. But these ladies have 2 attempts left. And there we can see the totals, with Decker leading and Selma from the first flight in second, and Caitlin Baxter from Great Britain in third for the time being. And we move straight through now to Fanny Lamminen of Finland, jumping 10 kilos to 157.5. And it's work off the ground. She stands it up.
A little wobble at the top.
Yeah, 2 to 1, a good lift. A little trouble with the lockout there, it seems. 160 kilos now for Caitlin Baxter. This will pull her into silver overall for the time being, ahead of Selma. She needs these kilos.
7.5 kilo jump from her opener.
And it's moving, it's hard, but she manages to lock it out there at the top. Not sure how much she has left in her, but she gets these kilos. 2 to 1, a good lift.
And she didn't have one particular sticking point. It was just hard all the way through. But fortunately for her, it was a good lift.
And it'll be a question of how does Lindberg's next lift look, as she's currently sat in third. But for now, we have Tori Laperriere of Canada jumping 10 kilos to 162.5. And there's 2.5 kilos between 7th and 3rd. Wow, and Tori's second there looked fantastic. 3 white lights, blink and you miss it. And with it being that close, body weight is going to count, a lot is going to count. And every kilo you can get on your deadlift is going to count.
Next will be Girado, followed by Lindeberg.
We now have Tui Pham of Australia, 172.5 kilos. Manages to lock it out, and the referees say 2-1, a good lift. A few calls that we're seeing here today for that centre referee for insufficient lockout.
Next will be Lindeberg, followed by Decker.
175 kilos for Michelle Guiado of Mexico. And still looking strong for it. Guirado gets 3 white lights, a good lift.
Now we're preparing for Ida Teresa Lindeberg. The bar is loaded. 180 kilograms on the bar. And she's
Now we have 180 kilos for Ida Therese Lindberg. Laughed at the top of her opener because it was that easy. Let's see what 10 kilos does for her. This will put her into 3rd place overall for the time being, and into deadlift gold, as she is lighter than Amelia Fox from the first flight. For the time being, let's see. It's a little bit more work, but she locks it out. And it is a good lift for Ida.
And it's not uncommon for sumo that it's slow off the floor.
Absolutely.
And then once the bar gets moving, it's just snappy all the way to the top. And I think that is just her style.
Yeah, and we know that she can grind out a deadlift there. It's also the advantage of these lifters who are fighting for the podium, who have a heavier deadlift, to see what the lifters before can do. And then on their last attempt can obviously change that just to put on what they need. We now have Helena Mariella Decker of Germany, 185 kilos. A 10 kilo jump from her opener to increase the gap between her and Lindberg. And it still is looking good.
3 white lights, good lift.
The bar is loaded, 187.5 kilograms. And this is the 5-4-1 here.
187.5 kilos now for Kelly Chong of Canada. A 10 kilo jump from her opener, and this will pull her into deadlift gold. for the time being, heading into third attempts as well as fourth overall, and we know how close it is. Oh,
She wobbled.
yeah, she does lock it out, but I'm afraid there will be some blues there. And there are, yeah, unfortunately, just the bar dropped down a little bit on the way up. As you can see, yeah. So it's a no lift. And that concludes our second attempt. We move straight through to the third attempts, and now we will finally see throughout this tight race who is going to end up on the podium with what medals. Fanny Leminen of Finland, 160 kilos, but unfortunately it's just too heavy for her today.
The bar is loaded.
162.5 kilos for Caitlin Baxter. Currently sat in silver place overall. She'll need these extra kilos. And she's pulling through. Can she lock it out? She is so close. Oh, such a shame. But a great effort nonetheless. And now she can only sit and wait to see.
And great sportsmanship, giving her salute to the referees. A great gesture right there. Even though she did not make the weight, she still does it.
Yeah, and she gave everything she had today. And now, as I said, she can only sit and wait to see where she'll end up, as her fate lies in the hands of the rest of the lifters who are yet to pull. First of which is Tori Laperriere of Canada, to move herself into silver place ahead of Baxter, 170 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from her second, which looked good. Can she pull herself onto the podium for the time being?
And she's going, she's locking it out. And she smiles at the top.
3 white lights, a good lift. And she pulls herself into silver position. And as I said before, she can only sit and wait to see where she ends up, as we still have 5 lifts to go. Now, no one is catching Helena Mariella Decker, but the fight for silver and bronze is very much still here. And first up, we have Thuy Pham of Australia, jumping 2.5 kilos to 175 for her third and final attempt.
Two 2.5 kilo jump.
And she locks it out, but let's wait to see what the referees say there. Yeah, and I was worried about that. Unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift. Just uses her legs to support the bar on the way up there. Her knees unlock and relock. So that will be a no lift for Thuy. We now move to Ida Therese Lindberg, 185 kilos. Brought it down from what it was originally, which was 190. And this will pull her into deadlift gold for the time being. But more importantly, in silver overall ahead of Tori LaPerriere of Canada.
Kom igen Ida. And she breaks the floor and she can lock it out.
And let's just wait for the referees. 2-1, a good lift. She gets a blue from the center referee there for downwards movement. And she leaves the platform quickly. That does pull her into second overall on body weight ahead of Tori LaPerriere. And now we have Michelle Guirado of Mexico, 185 kilos to pull herself into deadlift bronze. And she's fighting all the way up. She locks it out. And 3 white lights, a good lift, pulls herself into deadlift bronze. And we've had an attempt change. Chong has moved up to 192.5 kilos, it seems, to fight for deadlift gold with Decker, as she is lighter of the two. The bar is loaded for Kelly Chong of Canada. Missed 187.5 on her second. Has jumped 5 kilos to 192.5. And this will pull her ahead of Decker in deadlift gold, should she get this.
And the atmosphere is increasing. She gets a lot of support from the crowd. Can she do it?
It breaks the ground. Oh, but unfortunately, it's just too heavy for her today. But a valiant effort nonetheless. Lindberg still currently is holding the deadlift gold. And the only person that is able to take that away from her now is Helena Mariella Decker of Germany. Now with her next attempt and the final attempt of the session, Helena Mariella Decker of Germany, 192.5 kilos. Already your 57 kilo world champion here in the juniors, but also wants deadlift gold. Can she snag another medal?
Auf geht's, Helena. And she breaks the floor.
Wow.
She gets past her knees,
And it
locks
looks like
it out.
a good lift. 2-1, a good lift. And she walks away 57 kilo champion, as well as having the gold deadlift medal there.
And when we're looking at the screen, there is only 2.5 kilos apart from second place and fourth place. This shows how much of a fight this really was.
And that concludes our session here today in the 57s. Very quickly, we have Helena Mariella Decker of Germany walking away with gold. Ida Therese Lindberg of Sweden walking away with silver. And Tori LaPerriere of Canada walking away with bronze. And we said it would be a tight race, and it was. We'll have the medal ceremony very shortly. Don't go anywhere, and we will catch you soon.
efforts. Let's move to the bench press ceremony. And we're having here Molly Clark from Great Britain, 87.5 kilograms, which get her the bronze medal. We'll be having Camille Harvey from France, 90 kilograms for the silver medal. And Joya Carvalho from Lebanon, 97.5 kilograms for the gold medal in this bench press category. Congratulations, and now for the deadlift ceremony, we are having Cosmiana Montanaro from Italy, 172.5 kilograms for the silver medal. We're having Camille Harrison from France, 183 kilograms, also former world record holder for a few minutes. And now we're moving to Yoya Karaya from Lebanon, 183.5 kilograms, gold in deadlift and world record holder from now on. And now let's see what the totals might bring us. As we're going for the totals, we are having Cosmiana Montanaro from Italy, 385 total, that placed her on the third place with the bronze medal. We're having Camille Valle from France, 425.5 kilograms for the second place and silver medal. And world champion this year, 52 category, juniors female, it's Joya Karaya from Lebanon, 428.5 kilograms. Let's all raise for the Lebanon national anthem. Congratulations to them all. And now let's move to the next category. So next category is juniors female 57 category, and we'll start with the squat ceremony with Natalia Maha from Ukraine, 157.5 kilograms for the third place and bronze medal. We're having Elena Mariela Becker from Germany for the second place, 160 kilograms for the silver medal. And Taylor Pani Lavinen from Finland, 167.5 kilograms and gold medal in squats. Congratulations, and now let's see the bench press ceremony. And we're starting with Selma Ramberg Storsatsen from Norway, 97.5 kilograms. Third place and bronze medal, we're having Caitlin Baxter from Great Britain on the second place, 102.5 for the silver medal. And Tori Lapierre from Canada, 105 kilograms. Congratulations, and we are moving now for the deadlift category. Now, Michelle Girado from Mexico, 185 kilograms, third place and bronze medal. We'll be having Ida Perez Lindberger from Sweden, 185 kilograms and silver medal. And we're having Elena Mariela Becker from Germany, 185 kilograms and gold medal in deadlifts. Congratulations to them all, and now we're moving to the totals. 2023 Cluj-Napoca, Romania. Congratulations, and please all wait for the German national anthem.